Om Namah Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Om 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 Namah Shivaya. Arutperum Jodi, Tani Perum Karune, Tani Perum Karune, Arutperum Jodi, Arutperum Jodi, Tani Perum Karune, Tani Perum Karune, Arutperum Jodi. Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om Gurave Sarvalokanam Vijate Pavarohinam Vidaye Lakshna Mumtaye Namo Namaha Devo Mageshwaraha Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Dasmai Shri Gurave Namo Namaha Om Shuklam Varadanam Vishnu Satidhanandan Pillay Prasanna Vadanam Dhyayete Sarva Vignopashantake Om Gananam Dvam Ganapatiyam Avamahe Kavinga Veenanupamasravastamam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspada Anasranman Nodibhi Sita Sadhanam Om Shri Mahaganadipataye Namo Namaha Om Ulakalam Unan Nodakariyaman Nilapulamiye Neemalivardiyan Alagil Suryan Nambalattarvan Malaksirambadi Malati Madanduvan Om Bhutbhuvasvaha Dastavidanuparenyam Vadgo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayate Om Trayambakam Yajamake Sundam Vashtivadanam Urva Rugamiva Vandanan Mrityor Mukshiyamamritat Om Trayambakaya Vidmahe Mrityunjayaya Dhimahe Tanno Paramasiva Prachodayate Om Soobramoney Satchidhanandan Pillay Namadeyasya Atma Santi Nivaranartham Om Antarsheshti Deeparadhanai Darshayami Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya Om Namah Shivaya Namo Om Namo Narayanaya Om Namo Narayanaya Om Namo Narayanaya Namo Govinda Govinda Yedugundalavada Tirupati Venkataramana Govinda Govinda Om Soobramoney Satchidhanandan Pillay Namyam Atma Santi Nivaranartham Ganga Jalam Samarpayami Ganga Jalam Samarpayami Ganga Jalam Samarpayami
Bring him inside.
Om Namah Shivaya. 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 Om Namah Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya.
It must be there, legs behind. It must be that second. Transfer the remaining water with the both palms. Om Ham Brahma Punaktu Sharma Prabha head to the toe line. Use the palm like this. Hold the right nostril, from Surya. Through the left nostril, Om, nothing. After that, close the mouth, okay? Breathe in again. Om Suvaha, Om Mamaha, Om Janaha, Om Tabaha, Om Satyam, Om Dastaviturvarenyam, Bargo Devasya Dhimahi, Diyo Yona Prachodayate, ओमावहा ज्योतिरसः अमृतं ब्रह्म भूर्भुवः। Immediate family. Om Gururbrahma Gururvishnu Gurudevo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namo Namaha. Om Jnanamulam Gururmurti Pujamulam Gurudpadam Mantramulam Gururvakyam Mokshamulam Gurukripa Mokshamulam Bhagavan Shri Sivananda Kripa. Om Brahmanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnana
Jaya Radhe Shyam, Jaya Jaya Radhe Shyam, Jaya Hanuman bolo Jaya Hanuman, Jaya Hanuman bolo Jaya Hanuman, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Sivananda, Sivananda, Sadguru Nada, Sivananda, Venkadesa, Venkadesa, Sadguru Nada, Venkadesa, Jaya Ganesha, Jaya Ganesha, Jaya Ganesha Pahima, Sri Ganesha, Sri Ganesha, Sri Ganesha Rakshamam. Om Pranaya Swaha, Om Pranaya Swaha, Om Sadguru Sri Paramatmane Namo Namaha Swaha, Om Sri Mahagravati Swamine Namo Namaha Swaha.
Open it before 12.
No problem. Come today. Just please come in front. Give me my flowers, please.
Can I take a flowers?
No bother. One is here.
Guru, can I have that lighter, please?
Here, ma. One more here. And then you can open. Flowers in your spot.
Govinda.
Govinda, Edugundalawada, Tirupati, Venkataramaná, Govinda.
Govinda.
Govinda, Govinda.
One time you must put the collar.
Yeah.
But,
Give it to Shri Guru.
Brenda, lift the neck.
No.
Shri, is there any way we can lift his head up a bit?
Please.
Huh?
Just
In
like
such, in
that.
such a way.
Yeah, just, yeah.
Raman.
Srinivasa Govinda, Sri Venkatesa Govinda, Srinivasa Govinda, Sri Venkatesa Govinda, Govinda Purisha Govinda, Pandharivasa Govinda, Purusha Govinda.
podcast.
Okay, sister. It's okay.
See what's left of him, right?
It's okay. Listen to mama.
கற்றுனை பூட்டியோர் கடலில் வாழ்கிறோம். கற்றுனை பூட்டியோர் கடலில் வாழ்கிறோம். நற்றுணையாவது நம சிவாயவே. நற்றுணையாவது நம சிவாயவே. விலக விலகது இருள் கெடுப்பது. சொல்லக விலகது சோதி உள்ளது. பல்லக விலகது கலரும் காண்பது. நல்லக விலகது நம சிவாயவே. வாப்பினை தழுவிய மானோர் மாகத்தர் பூமினை திருத்தணி போலும் கட்டை தொழ. வாப்பினை தழுவிய மானோர் மாகத்தர் பூமினை திருத்தணி போலும் கட்டை தொழ. யாப்பினை தழுவிய நம சிவாய பந்து. யாப்பினை தழுவிய நம சிவாய பந்து. ஏற்க வல்லார் நமக்கு ஈடுகள் இல்லையே. ஏற்க வல்லார் நமக்கு ஈடுகள் இல்லையே. ஓம் திருச்சிற்றம்பலம். குற்றாயினவாறு. ஓம் திருச்சிற்றம்பலம். கூற்றாயினவாறு விலகலில் கொடுமை பல்ல செய்தன தானறியே. கூற்றாயினவாறு விலகலில் கொடுமை பல்ல செய்தன தானறியே. கேட்டாய் அறியே இரவும் பகலும். கேட்டாய் அறியே இரவும் பகலும். பிரியாது வணங்குவன் எப்பொழுதும். பிரியாது வணங்குவன் எப்பொழுதும். தொட்டாலிப்பையே அகப்படியே உடலோடு துடங்கி உடகிட. தொட்டாலிப்பையே அகப்படியே உடலோடு துடங்கி உடகிட. ஆற்றேகரியே அதிகை தெளில. ஆற்றேகரியே அதிகை தெளில. விரட்டான துறை அம்மானே. விரட்டான துறை அம்மானே. சலம்போவடு கோமமரகரியே. தமிழோடிசை பாடல் மரகரியே. சலம்போவடு கோமமரகரியே. தமிழோடிசை பாடல் மரகரியே. கலம் நீங்கிலும் உள்ளை மரகரியே. கலம் நீங்கிலும் உள்ளை மரகரியே. பொன்னாமம் பின்னாவில் மரகரியே. பொன்னாமம் பின்னாவில் மரகரியே. குளந்தாத்தலையில் மணி கொள்கருள்வாய். உடலுள் ஒரு சூளை தவிதருளாய். குளந்தாத்தலையில் பலி கொள்கருள்வாய். உடலுள் ஒரு சூளை தவிதருளாய். அடந்தே நடிகை நடிகை தெரியல. அடந்தே நடிகை அதிகை தெரியல. விரட்டான துறை அம்மானே. விரட்டான துறை அம்மானே. பரமனே பரம யோகி கத்தினால் பக்தி செய்க என்னைய நீ கழ வேண்டாம் பக்தனாய் பாட மாட்டேன் பரமனே பரம யோகி கத்தினால் பக்தி செய்க என்னைய நீ
மகனே என்றொரு வார்த்தை வழங்கும் கோவில் மணியோசை. அருமை மகனே என்றொரு வார்த்தை வழங்கும் கோவில் மணியோசை. அண்ணா அண்ணா என்னோ துறையே, அண்ணா அண்ணா என்னோ துறையே, அடங்கும் கோவில் மணியோசை. இது ஆசை கிழவன் குரலோசை, அவன் அன்பினை காக்கும் மணியோசை. இது ஆசை கிழவன் குரலோசை, அவன் அன்பினை காக்கும் மணியோசை. தேவன் கோவில் மணியோசை, रघुपति राघव राजा राम पेज नंबर 292. रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम. रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम. सीताराम सीताराम बचपन प्यारे सीताराम. सीताराम सीताराम बचपन प्यारे सीताराम. रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम. रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम. ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम, सबको सर्व दिए भगवान. ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरे नाम, सबको सर्व दिए भगवान. राम राम जय राजा राम, राम राम जय सीताराम. राम राम जय राजा राम, राम राम जय सीताराम. अयोध्यावासी राम नमो, गोकुलवासी कृष्ण नमो. अयोध्यावासी राम नमो, गोकुलवासी कृष्ण नमो. राम राम जय राजा राम, राम राम जय सीताराम. राम राम जय राजा राम, राम राम जय सीताराम. जय जय राम பன்னிரு விடியழகை.
ஓம் திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
தருவாய் விநாயகா. ஓம் கணேசா தேவனே. ஓம் கணேசா தேவனே. ஒரு தருவாய் விநாயகா. ஓம் கணேசா தேவனே. ஓம் கணேசா தேவனே.
முக்தி தருவாய் உங்கள்வனே, பாதம் பணிந்தேன் நான் வருவேன்.
மூர்த்தி தருவாய் முதல்வனே. ஆதி பணிந்தே ஆதருளே. மூர்த்தி தருவாய் முதல்வனே. ஆதி பணிந்தே ஆதருளே. ஓடிரங்கில் காத்தருள்வாய். ஓடிரங்கில் காத்தருள்வாய். ஸ்ரீமணி ஆண்டனே. மூர்த்தி தருவாய் முதல்வனே.
माता की आसरी पाइए।
Thank you.
महादेव हरा.
Yeah. Absolutely.
ओम चित्रंबलम जय महादेवारा. ओम जय महादेवारा. जय महादेवारा. ओम जय महादेवारा. दिव्य मंगल पुष्पाला. दिव्य मंगल पुष्पाला. संगम ये मैया पार. संगम
நமசிவாய மாலை நான் செப்புதற்கு கந்தவேல் தனக்கு மூத்த கணபதி காப்புத்தானே. ஓம் திருச்சிற்றம்பலம். அரை மழை அயனோர் மாலும் அமரரும் முனிவர் தாமும் முழை முழை வணங்கி ஏத்தும் முதல்வனே நம சிவாயா. 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 ஆதியாய் வேதம் காட்டாய் அறிமுடி தெரியாமண்ணோ சோதியாய் நிறைவாய் நின்ற துணைவனே நம சிவாயா. 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 இறையடி தேடி காணா எழுந்த அனந்தமாயல் நயனாவில் முன்னைத கடவுளே நம சிவாயா. 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 இந்திய பொருள் போல் என்ன நினைத்தடி பணிவாக்குள்ளோம் வாய்க்க செல்வோம் வேண்டி வல்லலே நம சிவாயா. 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 உமையொரு பாகம் வைத்த உம்மகள் தம்பீரானே அவைகள் மனிதே உண்டே. வல்லலே நம சிவாயா. 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 மூணுமாய் உயிருமாகி உள்ளுமாய் உலகுமாகி நாடுவாய் சதத்திற்கெல்லாம் தந்தையா நம சிவாயா. 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 இது பிறப்பதனால் வாழ்ந்தோம் என்னுயிர் இறங்கி வந்து பழுதல ஆண்டு கொண்டோம். பரமனே நம சிவாயா. 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 ஓமெனும் எழுத்தின் உள்ளே ஒளியதாய் விளங்குகின்ற வாமனே கருணை நல்கும் வல்லலே நம சிவாயா. 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 சத்தியம் சுரூபமாகி நாடுவாய் சகத்துக்கெல்லாம் புத்தியே அழிப்பாய் ஆதி முதல்வனே நம சிவாயா. 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 எவருடன் இருந்தீரர்க்கும் காரண காணனர்க்கும் கமலுக முதல்வாய் நின்ற தானுவே நம சிவாயா. 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 பங்கையோர் பாதம் வைத்து வளர்பிறை மொழிமேல் வைத்து செங்கலில் பழுமான் வைத்த தேவனே நம சிவாயா. 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 இளமையும் போக்கும் எல்லாம் இறைவனே எம் தீரானே வல்லமையாம் கருணை ஓட வல்லலே நம சிவாயா. 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 பாலனை முளைத்த காலா ராமனை எரித்த கண்ணா பாலனை கரிய மாற்றோம் பரமனே நம சிவாயா. 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 எங்கையை தலைமேல் வைத்து கௌரியை பாகம் வைத்தல்
Shivaya, Siddhikam Namah Shivaya, Siddhikam Namah Shivaya, Siddhikam Namah Shivaya.
Family and friends, we're going to be doing the concluding prayer for the home part of the ceremony, and then we're going to the Maitland Crematorium for the official send-off from 2 to 3. Uncle Sandro has always been a party man, an entertaining man. Everything had to be pump and glamour. Dirani would like you to join us for lunch after the services.
After we come back from
When
the
we come back
crematorium.
from the crematorium.
Start. No, this one already used. A small packet. You want? There's a packet. Yeah. A packet. We can give it to the crematorium guys.
Look to take out. Huh?
No, that one.
Oh, that one.
Ashi,
This one?
You know, we're going to play now.
vacation, you should go and tell Joe that they're going to take my dad
We need
outside.
also day.
Oh, okay.
So
Otherwise you
we have
can
it
use-
available, that's not
No,
going
you
to
can
take
take
my
it.
dad, needs to take him somewhere. My dad's in the, maybe take him.
All the immediate families, please come forward. After the Devaragana, I'm going to give you the sandalwood sticks so you all can go around the body 3 times. Maybe on the side, you know. Robin requested you can put it on the side.
Yeah.
Make sure. And the lighter, ma, where you put it? The lighter? Okay, the lighter. Om, all of you touch him, please. Om, the sandalwood stick, you can bring me the Amma, and the Amma.
The ones with this.
Yeah.
Vacation?
You just tell me when you can carry that. All of you touch immediate family members. Om Guruve Sarvalokhanam Vijase Pavarohinam Vidage Sarva Vidyanam Sri Dakshinamurtaye Namo Namaha Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Sri Gurave Namo Namaha Om Shuklam Baradaram Vishnum Chadivannam Chadurpujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayed Sarva Vignopasantaye Om Gananan Dubam Ganavadi Gimbavamake Kavingya Venan Upamasravasramam Jeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspada Anasrinman Nodibigi Sita Sadhanam Om Sri Mahaganadivadaye Namo Namaha Om Ulagalam Munandodar Kariyavan Nilabala Viye Nirmali Vernigan Alagil Sodiyan Nambalathaduvan Malar Silam Badi Valti Mananguvan Om Burbu Vasuvaha Dashtapadan Varenyam Bargo Devasya Dimigi Yo Yonaga Prachodayade Om Ammaye Appa Uppilamanige Adminil Vilainda Aramude பொய்மையை விரைக்கு பொழுதனை சுருக்கும் முழுத்தலைய புலையனேன் என்றனக்கு செம்மையே ஆய சிவபதம் அளித்த செல்வமே சிவபெருமானே இம்மையே உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேன் எங்கு எழுந்து அருளுவது இனியே ஓம் பால்நிலைந்தோட்டும் தாயினும் சிறந்த பாவியனுடைய ஊனினை உருக்கி உள்ளொளி விருக்கி உலப்பில்லா ஆனந்தமாய தெனினை சொரிந்து சிரம்புறம் திரிந்த செல்வமே சிவபெருமானே இம்மையே உன்னை சிக்கன பிடித்தேன் எங்கு எழுந்து அருளுவது இனியே ஓம் பெற்றதாய் தனை மகமறந்தாலும் பிள்ளையை பெரும் தாய் மறந்தாலும் உற்ற தேகத்தை உயிர் மறந்தாலும் உயிரை வேவிய உடல் மறந்தாலும் கற்ற நெஞ்சகம் கலை மறந்தாலும் கண்கள் நின்று இமைப்பது மறந்தாலும் நற்றவர்த்தவர் உள்ளிருந்து ஓங்கும் நமசிவாயத்தை நான் மறவேனா ஓம் நமசிவாய ஓம் நமசிவாய ஓம் நமசிவாய நம ஓம் ஓம் மேகஷ்யாமம் வீரகௌசேயவாசம் ஸ்ரீவஸ்தாங்கம் கௌசுபோஸ்பாதிதாங்கம் புண்ணியோ வேதம் புண்டரீகாய காட்சும் விஷ்ணும் வந்தே சர்வலோகைகநாதம் ஓம் சாந்தாகாரம் புஜகசயனம் பத்மநாபம் சுரேஷம் விஸ்வாதாரம் ககனசதுஷம் மேகவர்ணம் சுபாங்கம் லக்ஷ்மீகாந்தம் கமலநயனம் யோகிஹிருத்யானகம் யம் வந்தே விஷ்ணும் பவபயகரம் சர்வலோகைகநாதம். ஓம் ஸ்ரீ மகாவிஷ்ணு சுவாமினே நமோ நமः. கோவிந்தா ஏழு மண்டலவாடா திருப்பதி வேங்கடரமணா கோவிந்தா 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 ஸ்ரீ வெங்கடரமண கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா. ரைட் அகர்பத்தி. ஓம் सर्वमंगल मांगल्ये दिवे सर्वार्थ साधिके शरण्ये त्र्यंबके गौरी नारायणी नमोस्तुते. मंगलम भगवान विष्णु मंगलम गरुड़ध्वज मंगलम पुंडरीकाक्षो मंगलायतनो हरि. ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् ऊर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात्. ओम त्र्यंबकाय विद्महे मृत्युंजयाय धीमहि तन्नो परमशिवः प्रचोदयात्. ओम ईशान सर्वविद्यानां ईश्वर सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपतिर् ब्रह्मणोधिपतिर् ब्रह्मा शिवो मे अस्मि सदा शिवो. दर्शयामि ओम अगरबत्ती दर्शयामि ओम नमः शिवाय வாழ்க வாழ்க இமை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் காய ஓம் நமः शिवाय ஓம் நமः शिवाय ஈசனடி போற்றி எந்தையடி போற்றி தேசனடி போற்றி சிவன் தேவடி போற்றி
सोमेश्वरा हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय शिव सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय बागंबराय शिव बागंबराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय बागंबराय शिव बागंबराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय शिव बागंबराय शिव बागंबराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय शिव रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय सोमेश्वरा हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय शिव सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय शिव रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय नागेश्वराय शिव नागेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय नागेश्वराय शिव नागेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय शिव नागेश्वराय शिव नागेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय शिव नागेश्वराय शिव नागेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय शिव सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वर हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय। नागेश्वराय शिव नागेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय। शिव नागेश्वराय शिव नागेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय। शिव नागेश्वराय शिव नागेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय। ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय। ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय। ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय। ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय। सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय। सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय। शिव सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय। रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय। ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय। ओम नमः शिवाय सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय सोमेश्वरा हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वरा हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय शिव सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वरा हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय बागंबराय शिव बागंबरा हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय बागंबराय शिव बागंबरा हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय शिव बागंबराय शिव बागंबरा हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर बोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वरा हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वरा हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय शिव रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वरा हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वरा हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः सोमेश्वराय शिव नागेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय शिव नागेश्वराय शिव नागेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय शिव सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय बागंबराय शिव बागंबराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय बागंबराय शिव बागंबराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय शिव बागंबराय शिव बागंबराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय नागेश्वराय शिव नागेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय नागेश्वराय शिव नागेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय शिव नागे ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय सोमेश्वराय शिव सोमेश्वरा हरि हरि बोले नमः शिवाय रामेश्वराय शिव रामेश्वराय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय हर हर भोले नमः शिवाय ओम नमः शिवाय
I'm inundated with requests from people with messages about Uncle Sandro and everything that he has done and all his achievements and his nurturing. And with all due respect for all of those people who have asked, we mean you no disrespect. There is a limited time, but I do have your messages and we can read it out at the house later. I'm going to ask Guru Deva to do a very, very short and brief and concise explanation of what we are doing here today in respect of the now late Sandro Pillay.
All of you rise please for the invocation. Om Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Dasmai Sri Gurave Namo Namaha. Guru is the creator Brahma, Guru is the preserver Vishnu, Guru is the destroyer Maheshwara. Guru is verily the supreme absolute, to that Guru be prostrate. Om Trayambaham Yajamahe Sugandim Pushtivardhanam Urvanugamiva Vandanan Mrityor Mukshiyamamrta. We worship the three-eyed one, Lord Shiva, who is fragrant, who nourishes well all beings. May he liberate us from death for the sake of immortality, even as a cucumber is severed from his bondage to the keeper. Om Bhurbhuvasvaha Dassavidam Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yonaha Prachodayade. Let us meditate on the glory of Ishvara, who has created this universe, who is fit to be worshipped, who is the remover of all sins and ignorance. May he enlighten our intellect. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. Peace, peace, peace be on the noble soul of Chandru, none other than Soobramoney Satchidhanandan Pillay, who rests at the eternal feet of Lord Shiva and Mother Shanti. Thank you.
Ernest Hemingway said, "Every man's life ends the same way. It is only the details of how he lived and how he died that distinguish one man from another." What are the details of Sandru's life that made him stand out? Today, you will hear a few speakers speak exactly of that: his love for his family, his achievements, his accomplishments, and much more. How different is that to anyone else, you might ask? Well, Sandru's life was in the detail itself. He was meticulous with everything he did, especially in instructions and orders to others. So much so that on the 23rd of June, he wrote down and signed a page of instructions he wanted carried out on his death. He even put together the outfit that he would depart in and his list of pallbearers. Some of the people that he's asked to speak are out of town and could not be here to do so. They have sent messages which I thought I would read out, but because of time, and I do believe there's other speakers that have been slotted in, I will forego doing that right now. But Sandru, as we all knew, lived large. He was a deeply religious man, so he prayed hard. He lived life and living, so he partied hard. Whatever he did, he went all out. And one of the things he went all out with he thought needed or deserved it. Sean Munro of the Shane de Rotisserie will attest to this in a message that he sent to Auntie Rani last night, which she would like read out. It is with great sadness that we hear of Sandru's passing. It was during his tenure as the belly of the Shane de Rotisserie KZN region that he founded the Shane de Rotisserie Foundation Trust, which funded the setup of a cookery school. The Ikusasa School of Cookery for the training and development of young student chefs from disadvantaged backgrounds. The school was fully funded by corporate donations, and students were not required to contribute towards their education. This school has gone on to train and develop over 200 students with an internationally recognized qualification, allowing them to go out to start their professional chef careers, many of whom now hold positions in some of the finest kitchens of the industry around the world. We at the Shane will remember Sandru for his care and betterment of others less fortunate and his wonderful big smile and laugh. May your soul, Sandru, rest in peace. Sean Munro. Some of you will wonder why I call him Sandru and not with the prefix of uncle or mama. And some of you have asked today what the connection is. Our families have shared almost 4 generations of a relationship. Sandru was a teenager when I was born, so he was my buddy, an older buddy who took care of us little children. So that is our relationship, and that's how far back we go. I would like to call DJ Rocky from Lions Club. I'm sorry I didn't have your bio to give you a proper introduction.
Not to worry. Good afternoon, friends of Sandru. It is indeed a privilege for me to represent the Lions Clubs International here at this sad and solemn occasion today. On behalf of the District Governor Charlie, who couldn't make it unfortunately, all the past District Governors, the Kirstenbosch Lions Club, Durbanville Lions Club, and in fact all the Lions in our district, nothing he arranged or planned was small. He was an organizer extraordinaire in a league of his own. Every project or fundraiser was always huge. I don't think small or medium was in his vocabulary. 2 of the projects that he invited us to join were, firstly, the VIP Children's Day, where over 2,000 kids from all over KZN were bussed into Durban for a phenomenal day of fun and feasting, and specifically the children themselves were treated as VIPs for the day. A bunch of us Lions flew up to assist in the kitchen to prepare thousands of meals of all descriptions for the children and their minders. The convener organized every single fun thing that you can offer any child to be there. It was absolutely amazing. Dozens and dozens of activities and games. The enormity of the day was immense. Then there was the Olympics, his then Kirstenbosch Club arranged annually, which bussed kids in from every children's home in Cape Town and beyond. Again, a massive arrangements with food and refreshments for all athletes and supporters. All the winners were given trophies and every athlete received a medal of participation. Sandru had connections everywhere that he could call on only as necessary. He made certain that he never overstayed his welcome with any company who sponsored one of his projects because they were always so big. Sandru was the charter president club in Durban, where the club was opened with 45 members. Again, big. A charter club in our world only needs to have 20 members, but of course, Sandru, 45. I could go on and on and on, but you guys all know Sandru for the man, the huge man that he was. He was a true friend and an amazing Lion. He had many people that he could call friend, and they could call him friend. He was always concerned about his fellow men, and even in his time of chemo, he arranged 100 meals for the kids from McDonald's for his Durbanville Lions Club. Simply an incredible gentleman, a wonderful, magnanimous man, a true friend. We will miss Lion Sandru, but we will never, ever forget him. I now want to recite what we call the Lions Creed. If I can get the page apart. Lion Sandru achieved success. He lived well, he laughed often and loved much. He gained the respect of intelligent people and the love of little children. He filled a niche and accomplished his task. He left the world a better than he found it, through a brighter flower, a perfect poem, or a rescued soul. He always saw the best in others and gave the best that he had. His life is an inspiration. His memory is a benediction. Sandhu was the epitome of a true lion. Thank you.
So much for that. I'm going to ask Tharman to render a bhajan, and while he does that, you are welcome to pay your respects to the family and to Sandhu. And I'll remind you again, please, there is a container with petals, but please do not put it into the coffin, but onto the basket that's provided. Thank you. Thank you, Tharman.
Govinda
Thank you, family and friends, for your outpouring of love and support to Auntie Rani, Shri, Tanushri. If there was, we all knew how much Sandhu loved his children, both Shri and Tanu, but Shri heard everything that happened in Cape Town. Nothing went amiss. Anything and everything that happened in Sandhu's life and home, she heard about. So nothing's new to him. And he was very, very much a part of everything his dad wanted done towards his last days. So please bear with him. It's going to be trying, but he said he'll do it. Shri?
Now that the tears are over, we are here to remember a great man and a very traditional man. And to all of you today, I say Vanakkam. I fear having to give this speech probably my whole life. And I stand here today, I definitely feel my father's strength with me. How do you immortalize a giant like Sandhu Pillay? My wife Natasha said to me 2 days ago, the thing about your father was the way he treated people. He made every single person he met feel special, relevant, and important. His magnetic personality drew people towards him. As everyone knows, he was the life of the party. He was Mr. Durban, even though he didn't have the body for it. His reputation preceded him wherever we went, and I will never forget growing up. Wherever I and Tanu went, people would say, you are Sandhu Pillay's son, you are Sandhu Pillay's daughter, which really limited the amount of mischief I could get up to. Dad excelled at everything he did and accomplished it all with his signature Sandhu Pillay style. No event or occasion was to be done simply. For Dad, it was always his famous line, go big or go home. None more so than Diwali in the Pillay household. I will always remember and cherish our Diwali parties. The streets were full of people, cars everywhere, my friends half drunk everywhere, and all of Mom's delicious food. He lived boldly and pushed the boundaries of race early in his career. He became synonymous with travel and tourism, and as a family, our house was a theater that played host to characters from all over the world. From his beloved Mauritius to Norway to India and every corner of the globe, the Pillay house was always open and everyone was welcome. His passion was travel. He covered the globe with my mom more times than I can count. They met sports personalities and dignitaries, from Shah Rukh Khan to Sachin Tendulkar, from Nelson Mandela to Thabo Mbeki. No small feat from my dad's humble beginnings. He lived enough for 2 lifetimes. The word legend is often thrown around these days. but this man gave meaning to that word. His legacy will always be my sister and I. He told me that we were his greatest investment in life, and I know how proud he was of us. We have only in life been able to achieve and become the people we are today because of his constant attention and love. He guided us and ensured we knew our culture, despite me rebelling a lot. He was passionate about Indian culture and was chairperson of the Bharat Bhavan Dance Academy started by Sureka Singh, and subsequently the Andika Dance Company started by Yashika Mangal. He was a titan of the Indian community. And some of my favorite times with him were at Amgeni Road Temple on a Saturday morning, doing Abhishekam at 5 o'clock. This, of course, did not stop us from going to the rugby the very same day, having a few beers, having a buri roll, and watching the Sharks play. That, I think, is while he was sick, he'd still phone and tell me, oh, I'm going to have oysters today. And when I came last in mid-May, I went to his hospital bed and the doctor's there, and he says to me, no, we'll leave here now and we'll get some oysters. I was like, Dad, really? His community work and social outreach was immense, and I have no doubt that he will be blessed for it. He touched more lives than anyone will know and was so giving of his time, especially to the Lions, where he has left his mark and led with passion, integrity, and compassion for all the communities they helped. The outpouring of love for our family has been immense. I cannot thank everyone personally or enough for what they have done for my mother and father over the past 2 years. I can feel that my father is here. Everything is as he wanted it, and he turned up for what he always wanted, a big party for all of his friends. Dad, all I can say is thank you. And do not rest in peace, rest in power. You deserve it.
Thank you, Shay. When I spoke earlier of how meticulous and detail-orientated a person Sandhu was, just as an offside to share a little with you, next week, Shri and Tash will celebrate the official ceremonies, Hindu and Christian ceremonies in the UK. And Sandhu was looking very, very forward to celebrating with them and attending. And even though the doctor said he couldn't travel, his mind wanted to be on that plane. After a while, he accepted the fact that he couldn't go, but insisted that Auntie Rani would travel alone to the UK next week. What he decided to do was have an online viewing of the wedding with a party at the house. So much so that he asked me to design invitations, which I did. But he was a person who would asked me to do something and then wanted the very next half hour. So I was going away on holiday and I said, fine, I'll do it, but I will give it to you on the 4th of July. Do not call me before that. Of course he didn't. I sent it to him on the 4th of July, which is the day that he went into hospital. He didn't see either of the invitations that I sent him to proof until the day before his death. He video called me, I missed the call, and I didn't get to talk to him or to find out how he felt about the invitations. What we do know is that he wants Auntie Rani to be there, and he wants Shri and Tash to go on with the ceremony. Thank you, Shri. I know it's a lot of speaking, but It is only right and beneficial to the great man and legend that Sandro is, not was. I'm going to ask Advocate Ranjan Jaga, who we all know as legal counsel, we know his involvement with Lions, but to Sandro, that didn't actually mean much because Ranjan was his friend, and that was what was so important to him. His friend and his confidant, and I think he shared a huge relationship with you, Ranjan, so he's going to be very proud that you gave the keynote address.
Madam MC, Rani, Shri, Tanushree, Gileys, and beloved grandchildren, family and friends, and honorable members of the Lions Club of Durbanville and Kirstenbosch, good afternoon. I was asked last night by Rani to say a few words. And the first thing I told myself, where do I start? I mean, this was such a remarkable man, a humanitarian, and he did so many good things for everyone in life. So, Madam MC, please allow me to indulge a little bit and do a bit of justice for this great man. So, I met Sandro through mutual friends of ours who are here this afternoon, Cass and Carol Miller. And thereafter, we developed a very strong bond while Sandro was the president of the Lions Club of Kirstenbosch for 2 terms. And
I think they have a problem at the back.
I must tell you that what struck me about this man was I took an immediate liking to him, his warm personality and his kindness. And I think many of you have shared those same type of experiences with the personality that we were dealing with. So, my wife and I, we were very privileged to be invited to all of Sandro's functions. We had the pleasure of spending a weekend with him on his 70th birthday at a beautiful wine estate. January this year, we got together again where Natasha was in town with Amira, so that's where we met, also in a restaurant in Constantia. And like that, we socialized quite often. Like the previous speaker said, he enjoyed his parties. He loved these parties. We had a lot of fun together. I always used to tease him, you know. I said, Sandro, you drink scotch, but why do you drink it with Coca-Cola? He told me, Ranjan, you can give me a 5-year-old or 15-year-old or 20-year-old, it's always going to be with Coca-Cola. I said, fair enough, you know, that's the way you have your drinks, you know. So, yeah, we had lots of fun together. He always spoke very fondly of his neighbors as well, too, I can recall. I see many of them sitting around here today. Always spoke well about it. It was a small family, you know. I mean, he always says, you know, I've got such good neighbors. And I always will remember that. In fact, they were all present as well, too, at his 70th birthday party. So, yes, that is how my friendship developed. Sandro used to call me with legal issues which we used to discuss during his tenure as a president of the Lions Club of Kirstenbosch. And let's talk about Sandro, the family man. He loved Rani immensely. You know, they were a compatible couple. They were married for 46 years. And Tanushri and Shri, he always spoke about the two of you. You know, Shri, the career diplomat and political analyst, Tanushri, the legendary sports physiotherapist who was part of the winning team with the Springboks during the World Cup and now with the PSG. So your dad was exceptionally proud of the two of you, and rightly so. He doted on Amira and Etienne. You know, whenever he used to go overseas to France or to London to meet you and Natasha, he always used to send me photographs of the grandchildren with him. If I'm not mistaken, on his WhatsApp, what do they call it? Profile. He's got one of the grandchildren still on this profile. So that was the family man, you know. I mean, quite admirable. Always there for the family. Rani tells me that he drew no distinction between the Pillay family and her family. He treated everyone equally, and that's how I think all of us knew Sandro as a person. Now, I think a lot of the speakers have thus far spoken about his other achievements, and that was his community work. I mean, it was huge in as far as it was concerned. He, and some of the things I'm going to repeat, he started off the East Coast Lions Club in Durban, I believe. He was a charter member and founder member of this club. I understand that today that is one of the largest Lions Club in Durban. And then he also had the very unique feat of inducting 55 Lions members on one evening at a Lions induction dinner. Now, that is phenomenal. That is a record. You don't find a president of a Lions club bringing or inducting 55 members into the club. So that was one of his great achievements as well. Then he was involved in other projects. He was a member of the Shane's Day Rotisserie. Now that was an association of gastronomy, a world-class organization. But this was like a closed club of chefs getting together and having gourmet meals and training chefs and cooks. But he was not entirely happy with that alone. He found that to be far too elitist and exclusionary. So he convinced this august institution that maybe we should do something for the underprivileged. So Sandro convinced them to start certain projects in Africa, and I believe it started off in Egypt, where he organized that the children, malnourished children, get milk in Egypt. But it didn't end there. He also wanted to start something in South Africa. He was very interested in cooking. He was passionate about cooking. So he recognized that within the privileged community, there was a lack of tuition for up-and-coming and budding chefs. So what did Sandro do? He established this school of Ikakasa. And as I think Rocky said early on, one of the other speakers, that today there have so many chefs have come out through this school, and they are today engaged in the hospitality industry in hotels such as the Oyster Box in Durban, and the Mount Nelson in Cape Town. So Sandro was also the president of the Lions Club of Kirstenbosch for a period of 2 years. I'm a member of that club also for the past 27 years. I see a lot of presidents of former presidents of Lions clubs in the audience today. And I've told all of them already that in my 27 years, Sandro Pillay was the best Lions president. They know that. And I'm sure they will agree with me. Sandro was big in organizing things. He didn't believe in small measures. Yeah? Big. He wanted to, you would approach a corporates for 50,000 Rand or 100,000 Rand at a time. I would probably be shy to go to someone asking them 5,000 Rand or 10,000 Rand. But he wouldn't hesitate doing that. That was him. His philosophy in life was, go big or go home. And we always teased him, and we also, in our Lions meeting, we used to heckle each other and use that phrase, But it all came from Sandro, because that was Sandro. So, yeah, there were numerous projects that he was involved in at Kirstenbosch. Too many to mention, but one I've got to mention is the Jack Siegel Bursary Fund. He formed that fund. Sandro didn't know Jack Siegel. They've never ever met before. But he heard about Jack Siegel, a lawyer doing so much good work, and he was a charter member of the Kirstenbosch Lions. He felt that he needs to do something in legacy of Jack Siegel. So, if I'm not mistaken, at his induction dinner at the hotel on the waterfront, he started off this particular project. And as it is with Sandro, 100,000 Rand he collected that same evening to kick off this particular fund. Wonderful. Today, there are about 10 to 12 students annually who are at high school who get funded by our club via this bursary fund, and each student gets a stipend of about 10,000 Rand per annum for their educational needs. So that was Sandro, Nothing surprising, unsurprising also about him. Of course, the other project as well, which is a continuation of a project which emanated in Durban. He established the annual sports day in Cape Town for 21 homes where there are orphan children. So yes, so this is some of his achievements in life. He was a humble man. Never sought fame. We find people in society, they become presidents, they become surgeons, they become top-class senior counsel, but they want the fame and the name. That was not Sandro. Humble man. And I always admire him for that. So my dear friend, I'm going to miss you. You were like a brother to me. And Rani and Shri and Tanushree and Chiles and Natasha, all of you in our prayers. And on behalf of my family and the rest of the Joga family, we extend our condolences to you, and you will always be in our thoughts. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Thank you.
Thank you, Ranjan. Ranjan mentioned two things, the Jack Siegel Fund and the Lions East Coast. Rahana Parker Khan, who's in Japan and could not be with us this afternoon, also sent a message and mentioned her involvement and Sandro's mate, that was the Jack Siegel Fund. We heard that Sandro started the Lions East Coast, which has become one of the, well, I think the biggest chapter at Open to Correction in KZN. And I would like to call Siba Govender from that chapter to please say a few words.
Good afternoon, everybody. Family and friends, all Lions members. The loss of our brother has really hit us very, very hard. You know, and to come down and from the person I knew, Sandro, and to see him today, it's really, really heart sore and very, very heartbreaking. And once again, my condolences to you, Rani, and Shri, Tanushri. But, you know, now, having said that, I think Sandro is finally in a better place. He will be resting. But I think, as Shri said earlier, you know, Dad has lived maybe, if not 2 lifetimes, I think he's lived 3 lifetimes. You know, he was an absolute star of any party, really made things happen. And just to share with you very briefly, Sandro and I became very good friends through my son's friendship with Shri and Tanushri, and always invited the youngsters to their home for Diwali celebrations. And we were invited in between as well, but we didn't really know Rani and Sandro all that well, so we never used to go, but our children always ended up there. And the care that they, you know, when we were celebrating Diwali, they wouldn't be with us. They want to go to Uncle Sandro and Auntie Rani's place, you know, so that's the sort of vibe. We just love children to bits, like you couldn't believe. And so finally my son decided that when my son was getting married in July 2010, that Uncle Sandro must be the program director and the priest for his wedding. And so weeks before that, Rani and Sandro would visit us at home to give us guidance and advice on this first wedding in our home. And then a friendship developed, you know, so Sandro and I became quite close friends. And then he called me the one day and he said, look, he's being approached by, I think Lion Reshmi was behind that, together with North Devon Lions, people from North Devon Lions, that we need to start a club, you know, and the clubs, Lions clubs, were predominantly white, white clubs as such. So we need to get people of color to get a club going. And can you pull up maybe 25, 30 people together? So he always pushes you in the deep end. You got so many friends of us, so come, bring them together. So we all landed at a hotel on the beachfront in Durban, and the Pavilion Hotel. And there we get, I think we had 25 odd friends of ours came together, and there was a video presentation Lions do around the world. And then later that evening, by show of hands, I think out of 25, 24 put their hands up and they were ready to go. And thereafter, East Coast Lions were born, and Sandro was our charter president, and I can tell you what he taught us over the years was just unbelievable. Go big or go home. I mean, that's his line. I don't think anybody is going to forget that. So with that, there's a tribute that our president, Ansia Modley, asked me to read out, and I'm not going to take much time. So let's just go through that quickly. Okay, so here we go. East Coast Lions tribute to Charter President Sandro Pillay. I pass this way but once and leave my footprints behind, knowing I have made a difference. was a favorite saying of our late Charter President, Lion Sandro Pillay. In early 2011, when South Africa was still when South Africa was still basking in the success of the 2010 Soccer World Cup, Sandro and Siva, myself, discussed pooling the resources to better serve the various charities, and both of us supported that. Sandro mentioned that a contact from one of his other interests had suggested sponsoring a Lions chapter in the greater Durban area. And I think Sandro and Siva went about choosing people who they thought would work well together to make the club a success. At an early gathering of these people, Sandro described his vision and how it could be a shared one. He convinced most of the people there that this was a worthwhile cause, and so in April 2011, East Coast Lions Club was chartered with 48 members. I think that was a great achievement. Today, the East Coast Lions Club remains one of the largest in the country, bearing testimony to his footprints making a difference. The club went from being an infant to a fully grown adult in record time. We started ambitious projects, realizing hundreds of thousands of rands worth of donations, goods, and services that were deployed to assist the needy. Members found themselves being thrust into leadership roles and discovering in themselves hitherto unknown talents and capabilities, finding strength and resilience to overcome some of our earlier unexpected challenges. Sandro believed in leading from the front and was always there. He was irrepressible, never giving up on a cause. He always had a plan, and most times a B plan and a C plan comes too. In more of past President Sandro's words, it was usually, again, they go big or go home. Sandro was at ease with people in the highest echelons of business, industry, and commerce. So too was he in tune with needs of the hungry, unemployed, homeless, elderly, sick, and illiterate. His familiarity with disquieting topics surprised many who could not see the man behind the urban image. He used this to his advantage to shock some people into action too. He loved animals and wholeheartedly endorsed any project to raise funds for them. Whilst all this seemed rather formal and bound by rules, it was not so. A great spirit of fun pervaded most gatherings. Sandro had the capacity to entertain people, and he was never happier. It was at these informal gatherings we learned of his deep cultural roots and interests. He loved to cook, or as he said, be in charge of the cooks. He sang the song My Way with great enthusiasm. Sandro received many contributions to society. In the Lions world, he was awarded a Melvin Jones Award. We, the East Coast Lions Club, will continue to be inspired by this remarkable man to do more, to do better, and to continue to grow. To Rani, Tanu, Shri, and your extended families, we share your sorrow and grief in the passing of G. Sandro. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Siva. Again, I take something out of what Siva said to you now, and I think it's something that Auntie Rani has been reiterating and will continue to reiterate, that whatever Sandro has done, the legacy that he has left behind, is not his alone to hold to himself, but for us to take forward, for us to nurture, grow, and develop, to learn from the legend that he was, and to do perhaps even better than he did. Something that you said about always being in a formal setting and then wanting to add a touch fun element to it. And again, to go back to what I said earlier about him writing down instructions, one of the instructions that he left is that his singing dentist, Dr. Pregi Padyachi, will sing I Did It My Way. Do you want to stay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. I'll sing too. Yeah. Shortly.
No, I think it.
Yeah.
Just go a little bit more, Peggy. Go a little bit more. Not too much, though.
The end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, of which I'm certain. I'll never like that fool. I'll travel each and every highway. Oh, no, 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 not me. I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do. I saw through without attention. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway. Oh, no, 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 not me. I did it my way. Yes, there were times I'm sure you knew when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it all and spelled it out. I faced it all, and as to told, and did it my way. I'll love, I'll never cry, I'll have my fill, my share of losing, and now, as tears subside, just find it all too amusing, and to think I did all that, and may I say not in a shy way. Oh no, 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 not me. I did it my way. Oh, what is a man? What has he done? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words from one feels. The record shows I took the blows and did.
Share with her is in December, when the family were going to be here for Christmas, Sandro was more than excited. He was beyond excited. And he got the house ready and said he's going to put up Christmas decorations. And of course, Atiran is laughing as I say this because I think he started some medication at that time for pain, so he wasn't quite Sandro. And so he took all the decorations and stuck it up wherever he thought was fine, which meant he did it his way. And the more we said it wasn't quite the appropriate place, he didn't listen to us. And then when he heard that there was another lockdown and Tanushri and Giles and Etienne and Shri and Tash and Amira couldn't make it, I have never seen someone more disappointed. I think his disappointment even exceeded his love. So when you came, when you did now, both of you, I think that gave him his immense pleasure. So Dr. Tanushri Pillay.
They say it takes a village, but I think before I need to thank anyone, Shri and I want to thank my mum. You've been so brave, Mummy. You've held this family together. You supported Dad spiritually, physically. You've been an example to us as a partner, as a mother. You welcomed Shri and I home. You never shed a tear. You held us and you told us Dad needs to be at peace. And Shri and I salute you for everything that you are, for the courage that you have, for your bravery. And we want to thank you and Dad for raising us, for giving us the best examples in life, for being with us, for being friends to us. We were really the children of an angel. And I'm so proud to be his daughter. And I will fall at his feet every day and ask for his protection over our family. But he needed to go, Mommy. He needed to be at peace, and he's at peace now. And that's where he needs to be, at the feet of his Maker. My dad's disease took over his life. And there's so many people that we need to thank. Pamela? Dr. Strubeck and Dr. Lowe, they were my dad's surgeons and physicians. They were his friends. They laughed with him. They made jokes with him. They tried to draw the line with him and tell him when his ambitions were just a little bit too much. But they were a comfort for him, and we're so thankful to him. The nurses and staff of Durbanville Mediclinic, Cancer Care, Kate Gate, Violet, Sarah, and Bee, you showed my father so much respect. You always addressed him as Mr. Pillay, even in his weakest moments. When his life left Bee, you were there praying with my mother. You came into our lives like an angel. And I don't know how you did it. There were so many difficult moments, Bee, but you were just there with my mother, helping her, comforting us, and I'll always be thankful for that. Sorry, please bear with me. Oh, it's the screen that keeps going off. Half your London family, Gary, Pamela, Mariolette, Andre, Laudre. Nothing was ever too much for you. The love, the moments in between that we all shared together with Sandro. He really created his own village. You were there with my mother when Shri and I couldn't. You want to go to Papa? And I thank you for everything that you've done for them. Tanika and Robin. You gave my father such a peaceful send-off from the hospital. Auntie Didi and Uncle Dylan. I don't know what to say to you. You were there, you tried everything to help. Johnny and Salvesha, Uncle Cass and Auntie Carol, Auntie Jean, Chan and Jeanette, my dad's brother Raj. You've all been there. You've all walked with my family. You've all held us together. Sankeshan, you were very special to my father. He wanted nothing more than to come to your wedding and he just couldn't do it. Uncle Prege and Auntie Rihini, Uncle Pat and Auntie Lali, all the family that have been here, I know I'm forgetting people. Kenny, I think you shared lots of moments with my dad, with Ingrid. Lots of ambitions, I'm sure. Lots of ideas way out there, just like Sandru was. My dad was the north and I was definitely south. I would always say to him, Dad, you're so inappropriate. You are so out of control. And he didn't care. He was so proud to come to the Rugby World Cup. He was so proud when I told him that I was going to be at PSG. And I can say nothing, but I was proud to be his daughter. I'm en famille française. Je veux dire merci beaucoup. Merci pour le fleur. Merci beaucoup pour le soutien. C'est vraiment incroyable. Tout le monde ensemble avec moi, Gilles. But I want to wish my dad well on his journey now. We are going to be brave. We are going to celebrate you tonight, Dad, like you would have wanted us to. This body that we see in front of us is not you. And I know you're going to be there with us in the garden. I just want to thank you for everything that you've done for us. Pamela.
As we reach the final moment, Sandro will live on forever in the hearts and minds of those he has touched today and previously. As we gather here to mourn your death, as we sing with you.
Light it for me. गुरुवे सच्चिदानंदमूर्तये निष्प्रपंचाय शालंबाय तेजसे नित्यसुप्तं निराभासं निराहारं निरंजनं नित्यबोधं चिदानंदं गुरुब्रह्म नमाम्यहम्। ओम गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुसाक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। प्रसन्नवदनं ध्यायेत् सर्वविघ्नोपशान्तये। ஓம் உலகெல்லாம் உணர்ந்தோதற்கரியவன் நிலமுலாவிய நீர்மணி வேணியன் அழகில் சோதியன் அம்பலத்தாடுவான் மலர் சிலம்படி வாழ்த்தி வணங்குவான்। ஓம் நாராயணாய வித்மகே வாசுதேவாய தீமகே தன்னோ விஷ்ணு பிரச்சோதயாது। ஓம் சுப்பிரமணிய சச்சிதானந்த பிள்ளை நாம் யாம் ஆத்மசாந்தி நிவாரணார்த்தம் அந்தர்சேஷ்டி தீபாராதனை தரிசயாமி। Wave the agarbatti, please. Om Tiruchitrambalam. After that, just go around 3 times and finally see the face of the body and kneel down and pray. Come on, you two kneel down and pray. We're going to sing Paroda Vinna in the very pathos mode. Please follow me. Om Tiruchitrambalam. Parodu Vinnai Parandayan Parane பார்த்து நான் மாத்திலேன் கண்டாய் சீரோடு பொலிவாய் சிவபுர தரசே திருப்பெருந்துறை உரை சிவனே யாரோடு நோக்கேன் யார்கெடு துரைக்கேன் ஆண்டனி அருளில்லை ஆனால் வார்கடல் உலகில் வாழ்கிலேன் கண்டாய் வருக என்ற அருள் புரியாயே. பழுதில் தொல் புகழாள் பங்கனி அல்லாள் பற்று நான் மாற்றிலேன் கண்டாய். செழுமதி அணிந்தாய் சிவபுரத்தரசே திருப்பெருந்துறை உரை சிவனே. தொழுவனே பிறரை துதிப்பெனோ எனக்கோர் துணை என நினைவெனோ சொல்லாய். மழவிடையானே வாழ்கிலேன் கண்டாய் வருக என்ற அருள் புரியாயே. வருக என்ற அருள் புரியாயே. சிற்றம்பலம். Can we close?
Just before you do that, just before the final, please thank Sugen. She forgot to mention you. Sugen was also like a son to Sandro and really went out of his way with most things in his life. So on behalf of the family, Sugen, thank you.
The bottom of my heart, I would like to thank each and every one of you. Every single person that stands here today has touched our family. You've touched my heart. You have given Sandro peace. He has left here knowing that all of you will be standing by my side and will never be left alone. Join us for this concluding prayer. Hearts, how thankful we are.
We're going to sing Mutinari. Before that, finally, see the place of the On behalf of Sri Siva Alayam, Sri Parasakti Alayam, Divine Cultural Center, Cape Town Hindu Seva Samaj, Sri Aray Rama Hare Krishna Groups, Sri Radha Krishna Mandir, Sri Satya Sai Institutions, Western Cape Tamil Federations, Pelican Park Siva Sakti Alayam, and all other Hindu institutions, I would like to convey our deepest condolences to the immediate family. You know that death is not in his personality. You can see still people talking about him. Death is not in his consciousness. He is birth and death, according to that, is the jugglery of Maya. That's what Chandru experienced it. And towards his end of his further journey, all of you participated. It's wonderful to have you all here on this sad demise of great man, stalwart. And you can see death is not ending his personality. His life is ever continuous ending process. Om Tiruchitrambalam Mutinari அறியாத மூர்க்கொரோடு முயல்வேனே பத்தினரி அறிவேத்து பழவினைகள் பாரும் வண்ணம் சித்தமலம் அறிவேத்து சிவமாக்கி என்னை ஆண்ட அத்தன் என கருளியவாறு ஆர்வெருவார் அச்சோவே நெறியல்லா நெறிதன்னை நெறியாக நினைவேனே சிறுநெறிகள் சேராமே திருவருளே சேரும் வண்ணம் குறியொன்றும் இல்லாத கூத்தன் தன் கூத்தை எனக்கு அறியும் வண்ணம் அருளியவாறு ஆர்வெருவார் அச்சோவே செம்மை நலம் அறியாத சிதரோடும் மும்மை மலம் அறிவித்து முதலாய முதல்வன் தாள் நம்மையும் ஓர் பொருளாக்கி நாய் சிவிகை ஏற்றுவித்த அம்மையன கருணியவாறு ஆர்வெருவார் அச்சோவே அம்மையன கருணியவாறு ஆர்வெருவார் அச்சோவே. ஓம் ஜோ சாந்தி அந்தரிக்ஷகம் சாந்தி பிருதவே சாந்தி ஆபஹ சாந்தி ஓஷதயः சாந்தி வனஸ்பதயः சாந்தி விஸ்வதேவாः சாந்தி பிரம்ம சாந்தி சர்வம் சாந்தி சாந்தி ஏவ சாந்தி. ஓம் ஓம் கல்லா பிழையும் கருதா பிழையும் கசிந்துருகி எல்லா பிழையும் நினையா பிழையும் நின் ஐந்தெழுத்தை சொல்லா பிழையும் துதியா பிழையும் தொழா பிழையும் எல்லா பிழையும் பொறுத்தருள்வாய் கட்சி ஏகம்பனே. ஓம் திருச்சிற்றம்பலம். அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி. வாழ்க அந்தணர் வானவரானின்னும் வாழ்க அந்தணர் வானவரானின்னும் வீழ்க தன் புனல் வேந்தனும் ஓங்குக ஆழ்க தீயதெல்லாம் அரணாமமே ஆழ்க தீயதெல்லாம் அரணாமமே சூழ்க வையகமும் துயர்த்தீர்க்கவே சூழ்க வையகமும் துயர்த்தீர்க்கவே. ஓம் தென்னாடுடைய சிவனே போற்றி. கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா. எந்நாட்டவருக்கும் இறைவா போற்றி. கோவிந்தா கோவிந்தா. ஓம் அசதோ மா சத்கமய. ஓ லார்ட், lead me from unreal to the real. Tamasho ma jyotirkamaya, lead me from darkness to light, ignorance to enlightenment. Mridyo ma amritam kamaya, lead me from death, mortality to immortality. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnamudakshade Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyati. That reality is full, this perfection is full. From infinity has arisen from infinity. After arisen infinity, infinity alone remains. Paramatma alone remains. Every one will leave from this world. Thank you.
Thank you, Guru. Thank you, Guru.
Om Namah Shivaya.
Om Namah Shivaya.
Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Can I press the bell? Namah Shivaya வாழ்க நாதன் தாழ்வாழ்க இவை பொழுதும் என் நெஞ்சில் நீங்காதான் தாழ்வாழ்க. ஓம் நமः சிவாய. ஓம் நமः சிவாய. ஓம் நமः சிவாய. ஈசன் அடி போற்றி எந்த அடி போற்றி தேசன் அடி போற்றி சிவன் சேவடி போற்றி நேயத்தே நின்ற நிமலனடி போற்றி மாயப் பிறப்பருக்கும் மன்னர் அடி போற்றி சீரார் பெருந்துரை நம் தேவர் அடி போற்றி ஆராத இன்பம் அருளும் மலை போற்றி. ஓம் திருச்சிற்றம்பலம். O adorable Lord of mercy and love, salutation and prostrations unto thee. Thou art omnipresent, omnipotent and omniscient. Thou art Satchidhananda. Thou art indweller of all being. Grant us an understanding heart, equal vision, balanced mind, faith, devotion and wisdom. Grant us inner spiritual strength to resist temptation and control the mind. Free us from egoism, lust, greed, anger, jealousy, and hatred. Fill our hearts with the divine virtues. Let us behold thee in all these names and forms. Let us serve thee in all these names and forms. Let us ever remember thee. Let us ever loyal to thee. Let us ever sing thy glories. Let thy name be ever on our lips. Let us abide in thee forever and ever. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. Govinda, 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 Govinda.
This way, yeah. Another, we'll have to go this way to the back.